I am so ready. Wait, no, now I'm ready.
Monsters, get ready. Now fight each other. Do it. Duel!
stand with me.
My aim is shockingly good.
Masters of minions and minions of masters, prepare to duel. Let's duel!
all will dispel.
I've got to warn you.
I'm ready.
Throw down those cards.
will love me.
I've got to warn you.
You picked the Alpha.
Masters, get ready! Throw down that face down!
Interesting choice. A challenger appears. I achieve transcendence.
Let's go! minion!
You pig.
Another step towards my rightful rule.
to me!
None of them.
Come to me, minions! the might of hands down. Come to me, minions.
none of them have the will to do what must be done.
Oh, and you do?
Silence.
Showtime! Who has obtained their first perk? Come to me, minion!
I'm ready!
Come to me, minions!
I am so ready!
Come to me, minions! Throw down that face down! A shame.
Victory at all cost.
Masters, get ready! Play cards!
None of them have the will to do what must be done.
Oh, and you do.
You pick.
Victory at all cost.
Showtime! Come to me. I've got to warn you.
Feel the might. You.
I punish the wicked.
Yo. Oh my god. Tourney raid. I just got done playing. Thanks for the raid. I'm about to review a replay here. What exactly are you looking for, Gull, in my review here?
Give me those viewers, fighters.
You want me to do my usual point out literally everything?
Masters, get ready. Now fight each other. Do it.
Well, first of all, I'm gonna go explore this map because it's damn cool. I think they use the same rock background for this Magma Court and the Outlander one, sort of. Is this a pre-made or a random? What's this? Oh, it's a confetti on my screen. Floaty rocks. Little fern here. Huh, they put the fern there, but it's just in the air. Okay, I'll review your play then. Man, this map is cool. Look at that. Are these the same railroads as in Forest in the desert? Rocks, or actually gems. Nice pillars. The table, look at that. The prospector's table. Shroomies. Oh, it's a cart, it's not a chest. It's flipped upside down. Oh my, didn't they use this table in Project Fae? Big pickaxe here. Bit upside down in the air. Gem, 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 gem. Nice bridge indicators. What's down there? Ooh. Oh, little passage over here, that's cute. Alright, and now wow, they really decorated each corner differently. Table, barrels and banner, barrels and lantern and hammer, and then this little path here. Thank you, Fishy.
Thanks for tuning into the Senior Network, sponsored in part by Bram Flakes. Let's fight!
Alright. First thing first, you look at your decks in hands. I mean, you look at your hands and your next. You see what your teammate's up to. In random 2v2, you must always think that your teammate will always play to 0 mana, even if you have better answers, so let them play and you're there to fix their plays. I think I'll go over my entire monologue of random teammates since there's so many people watching. Alright, so random 2v2. You must consider that your teammate doesn't think you're a human being capable of thoughts. You must consider that they are playing a solo game on their side and they want to fix everything themselves, no matter how well their answers are or whatever. They will always play to 0 mana. So your job is not to also play correctly, your job is to be an omnipresent being that guides the flow of the game on your own. Very often you let your teammate make his own mistakes. Sometimes you help them out, but don't try to do things yourself, because you know your teammate's gonna throw anything at the enemy. Such as, right now, first thing you do is you look at both of your hands. Then you consider which cards are good to grab bridges with, or which ones are good to contest and shut down what the enemy usually uses to grab bridges. For example, let's pick let's say Swarmers, for example, one of the most basic first play, the most common first play. If you have Swarmers in your hand, it's a pretty decent first play, but you should make sure that you have something else, like an Elite Swarmer, Stint, Lancers, Tantrum Thrower, Rocket Scrat, Whirly, Spear Throwers, Stonebjorn, Jolo Warrior, to kill whatever the enemy will put, because Swarmers die, half of a Swarmer die to most other 2-cost cards. And they even die to Arcane Barrage if the enemy is smart enough to kill them fast. So right now, Skeleton Horde is one of the best starting cards because of how sturdy and slow they are. Not that many cards kill a half of a Skeleton Horde in time. For 2 mana, a Stint will kill a half and an Elite Swarmer will kill a half, but it takes them some time. But the main reason Skeleton Horde is the best card to start with is people are extremely slow to judge what they should do against a Skeleton Horde. They will very often let it walk, capture both bridges and then walk forward, and then finally play like a Whirly or a Defensa, which is stupid, or something else, which allows you to get a lot of XP ticks at the very start of the game. What's good to do against a Skeleton Horde is to shut it down quickly. What I do usually is put an Elite Swarmer, and if we have plenty of mana, Elite Swarmer with a Stint quickly clears it. But I don't want to concede presence to a Skeleton Horde because it costs 4 and I'm fine with spending 2 to shut down a half for them to play more. Grenadier's fine, but he still takes a while to step on the bridge finally. Puffs are fine first play, not really amazing, but they're only there to make the enemy play something, which you can shut down. A lot of strategy is to make the enemy play so that you can shut down. That's the entire reason behind the Spawner Bringer or Spawn Bringer archetype, the building thing with the Swarmer Totem and Crossbow Guild in solos in 1v1. Because by placing a Swarmer Totem, you force the enemy to commit a bit, you force them to play. Play some beefy boys, play some DPS, play some Swarm, anything. And that forces the enemy to expose themselves. In 1v1, one of the things you must avoid the most is to expose yourself, to expose your weakness, expose something that can be exploited. And Spawnbringer is all about that. You place your totem, then you wait for the enemy to play something, then you play your wall, Magma Cannon, Cannon Roller, or any medium tank such as Warrior, Jodo, Whirly, and then you kill that. That's why it's so good, because it constantly makes the enemy expose themselves. That's why I suggest Puff first play if you really got nothing else. Usually Puffs, I quickly look at the hands and see nothing, then go with a Puff. However, in randoms, people usually open with like 5-7 cost cards, they dump all their mana, like they play 8 mana at once on 2 cards because they want to smork you. And then your teammate will play something poor that dies instantly. Anyway, right now I would wait to see if your teammate is the kind of player to play instantly, because, oh, me play on bridge, even though 3 mana for 1 bridge is no good. And then if he doesn't seem to play this, I would hover this for like 1 second and then finally play Skeleton Horde. And that's the first second of the game. Like now, you should play Skeleton Horde. Or you should have played Puff. Scrap Tunnel is also good. The way I counter this is usually by hovering Impetus or Daggerfall. Just to slow down their bridge grab, and because using spells as a means to deny bridges early on is very powerful. It's most of how I use spells at the start. But you guys don't have spells. So Skeleton Horde still beats that, but at this point it's a bit late. Now the enemy has 8 and 5 mana. They will have enough mana for Whirly, Battle Shehu, and all that kills Skeleton Horde. So Skeleton Horde is no good. Not that good anymore. Play it, oh my god. No, you shouldn't play cards that are like 5 or more cost when you're still in the super early game. They are counterable. Sure, you want to get shields, but no, that's for later game. You're in the early game at the moment. Early game is all about a slow escalation of mana costs to hold the bridges. It's not about dumping big units and hoping they work. The reason is you've played this 13 mana here. The enemy can completely ignore that 13 mana. They can send a bunch of few units up. They can easily wait this out and then deal with it here for like 4 or 5 mana here, and then end up with the bridge. Wow, that was a nice squeeze in between the 2 waves of scrats for the shields. I get your idea. Azali with Skeleton Horde and shield, that's amazing, but it's not really amazing, because whatever kills a Skeleton Horde without shield will also kill a Skeleton Horde with shields. Maybe a bit slower, like a Grenadier would take 1 more hit, but that's it. This isn't like the biggest threat of all, where the enemy's like, oh shit, it's a Skeleton Horde with shields, whatever shall we do? This bear is dumb. I don't know why he played that. He could have saved his mana. That bear was not needed at all because Stixie's already clearing everything. And Azali has a short attack delay. She goes pack. She attacks quite fast. Whereas the bear is never gonna even kill any of these scrats because these 2 are gonna kill them all, and the bear's just there to soak up damage. Kind of pointless. He could send his Propeller scrats on this dragon. Oh wow, the bear killed 1 unit. He took quite a beating though. Oh yeah, well he exposed himself and he got zapped by Howling Moon. Wow, the enemy just wasted... Is that a Rage Dragon? Okay, it makes more sense if it's Rage because he wants to cycle it. Those Propeller Scrats are dumb. Propeller Scrats are some of the... Okay, they're pretty bad. They're not awful. They have their uses, but don't use them defensively like that to deal with some skeletons that are not a threat. You don't end up with a bridge, so what's the point? The stint was decent, just to help out. But at this point you should really slow down, both of you. Stop playing, you're fine. You got so much assets on the field. At this point you should either be saving for 2-cost cards to contest whatever the enemy puts up. Like, I don't know, if they played the Propeller Scrats down here and you wanted to kill them, or if they played Jinglong, then you play your stint. And then once this is through, you play like Swarmers, and then you deal with them here afterwards. Since you've got a lot of threat here, you should slow down and only play very cheap cards to help this. This is getting a bit much with the Tantrum and the Stint and all that to kill things that were already dealt with. These didn't help, by the way. The Stint nor the Tantrum, they're just there for bodies. They didn't actually serve a purpose. And something else you should do when you have assets like this pushing forward. Two things: you should shut down the enemy's attempts at recovering bridges, and two, you should be hovering spells on their side to instantly shut down whatever they put. I don't know. You have an Impetus, for example, and then you hover it here to wait on for their Infray or Blastmancer or Bara, and then you boom click. You hold down left click and then you wait. And then as soon as they place it, you judge if it's worth it or not, and then you release left click, boom, and then you kill Bara for 2 mana, for example. Now they have some beefy tanks up there. You should let your mana regen there. These wolves aren't that big of a threat, since they're just beefy. They don't have that high DPS. Plus Stixie's still on the board, gonna kill all of those. Right now you shouldn't panic. Because of look this, you have half of the board to you. You don't need to panic. The enemy cannot afford to both shut this down and support top lane in such a threatening manner that you need to panic. Well, here's what I'd do. I'd play Heal Puff once the 2 wolves lock on, then I'd play Heal Vulture, because I want to cycle first before playing Vulture. Or maybe I'd play Vulture first and then Heal Puff, but whatever. Top lane should be grabbed by Heal Puffs. But once again, this is random, so you should wait until your friend does something stupid before you play something smart. Heal Puff on the side, perfect, well played. Vulture is fine. Make sure that when you place your DPS when defending, you aim at the correct target. Right here, you gotta make sure that you're targeting the one that's slower. For example, when there's a Brutus, Whirly, Vulture on their way to your face, and you're placing your defense, you shouldn't place like your Marines back here. You should wait until they hit phase, then you place your Marines to kill the Vulture, then the Whirly, then the Brutus. You need to properly order, you need to kill them in the correct order. Like his Propeller Scratch should have been placed here, not here, because you want to kill in a way that reduces your total damage taken. The statue is pointless. He played it at 0 mana. There was no immediate threat to the Stixie or whatever. He had 0 reason to play this statue early, plus it's gonna get blown up by the Screaming Scrat. What he should have done is, I don't know, dudes in the middle. Nothing is always a better play than most plays. That swap was pointless, because in a swap, you want to wait for a correct opportunity. With a swap like that, you want to use it's like a stun blast. You want to use a swap to DPS down units, so wait until the statue's through, then kill the rest with a swap, for example. Don't even need a swap to kill those, but I'm saying. Swap should be used along with a high burst or high sustained DPS unit like Assassin, Musketeer, Rock Rivals, Scott, Incubus, etc. The enemy wasted that. This stint sucks. Why did they play a stint? It will have killed 2 Propeller Scrats and it's gonna die. Pointless. Consider, when you play something, you gotta consider how much value you gotten from the cost. Did you get, the way I do it is, did the play I've performed, this isn't theater, did the play I just played kill its mana cost worth of units, and did it capture a bridge? If it killed its mana cost, then it's pretty equal, and it's kind of a loss because enemy units on your side of the field are always much easier to handle than enemy units on the enemy side. Enemy units on your side are worth less because they are easier to handle and they have already done their purpose of being a presence on the field and capturing a bridge. So you should always aim to both kill more than the cost and capture a bridge, end up with a bridge. I always consider a bridge being worth about 1 mana. So a good stint would kill a bit more than 2 costs worth of mana and it would roll on the bridge. A bad stint here will kill 1 mana's worth of propellers and die before touching the bridge. This stint should have been played in the pocket up top or wait a bit longer so that it doesn't get targeted by the vulture. This, are they bots? This magma cannon is terrible. Oh, something else that a lot of people should do. When there are enemies approaching in a lane and you're placing defense in the pocket, you shouldn't always aim at stacking all the units in the pocket, because they'll shove each other out and get targeted, and also they are a prime target for spells. What you should do is sometimes place it in the opposite lane, about here, so that they can still defend but they walk away from the threat that's coming. It's like more safe to be here than to be here. And the stint is dead after doing nothing. The enemy fucked up once again. This golem's gonna get slapped and there's no help in sight. When you play Rock Rivals like that, you should make sure you have, like, at the exact same time, you should have a Whirly for this and then Swarmers for this. You wanna wipe out every threat at once when you're defending. And also end up with the bridge at the same time. So yeah, if I played this Rock Rivals, I'd instantly play a Whirly here and my teammate would probably have something for top lane like Scrat Pack Swarmers. But like, this Rock Rivals bad. The Scratillery was decent. You were hovering probably there, waiting for them. Aiming for the Magma Cannon would not have been a good use of it, because a Magma Cannon isn't gonna capture a bridge, and the only thing that matters is bridges. You're not gonna win through face damage with a statue. However, with that Scratillery, if they put a 4-cost card like that, you can be sure that it's gonna be a good play to send the Scratillery after they've added more on top of it. So this Scratillery here is fine, because it blows up at least 2 units somewhat. It doesn't kill them, but it slows them down a lot and hurts them and makes sure they won't get to the bridge or pause a threat later. I don't know who played this statue, was it you? I don't know. This Scrat is just gonna die, that's a bad rocket Scrat. He's gonna blow up a few units and then die, not even touching the bridge. Oh wow, it blew up twice, amazing. Okay, that Heal Shrine was pretty good. We could have placed it a bit further up, but not really. That was a good Heal Shrine there. Oh, the statue is from Rock Rivals, Okay, that walking blind date was bad once again, because there's way too many units there, and it's not even gonna cap a bridge, and it might suck a lot, like it might be a priestess or a bounty sniper and die on the spot. They're just panicking. Good Heal Shrine there. But you don't want to let your Rock Rivals play alone like that, I guess. You want a Whirly here to squeeze behind or something. That was a good stun, by the way. I don't know if you stunned it in response to the roller or in response to the blind date opening, but that was totally fine either way. These Frostfeather are a shit play once again. I'm sure it's the same person that's playing Rock Rivals, healing, and Frostfeather, and they're thinking, oh, I gotta slow down the statue and that'll make me win instantly. No, nobody cares about the haste or the statue, it's not really a threat. The way to play Rock Rivals is sort of how they played it, but just a bit with more support. You want your golem to get value on your side first by killing units like a whirly or more like a scrat tank on your side. As with all big units, you want big units to be on your side for a long time before it crosses the bridge, because their very presence shuts down the lane. If you have a golem here that's staying there forever, the enemy is not gonna send in more medium melee units or even big melee units down that lane, so you practically have control of that lane since your golem is there. So you want your golem to be there for as long as you can. Same with cleaver, same with any big unit, same with any 5 or more big unit. It's rare that you should play big units directly on the bridge. However, things like Rock Rivals and Rabbit Prowler are an exception, because they have a taunt or a leap which allows them to quickly shut down the enemy's side. So for example, if you have an elite swarmer to cap a bridge and the enemy wants to push back with a scrat tank, you can quickly place your Rock Rivals or Rabbit Prowler to either taunt or murder the scrat tank. This is a good way. That's why you should always have a bit of mana in excess. You should always hover at about 5 to 9 mana, so you can make plays like that. The enemy tries something a bit expensive, you can shut it down instantly for a bit more mana, but you end up with all of your assets still present and a threat and the bridge. Anyway, these Frost Feathers are dumb. That's a terrible card, by the way. Their only purpose is... okay, maybe not. Their main purpose is to trigger Revelry, but they're so not a threat. All you have to do is wait. Their DPS is very bad, and the fact that they're slow is more of a help for the enemy than it is a detriment, because then the enemy's units take longer to reach you. Wow, they sure killed the Grenadier. Oh my god, stop moving your fucking Scrat Tunnel. That person who just paid 6 mana for Scrat Tunnels there and moving it twice. And yeah, Gull, I'm gonna be commentating a lot more about the enemy because they're making a ton of misplays. Sorry if I'm not focusing on you. I think I'll return to focusing on you. The enemy just played 6 mana for Scrat Tunnel, Scrat Tunnel, Scrat Tunnel. Okay? And what? What do you have to show for that 6 mana? Nothing. They're never gonna capture the bridge. They're never gonna kill anything. As you can see, your teammates playing 2-0 mana most of the time while you're being patient, which is great. When you hold both bridges like that, all you should be doing is shut down what the enemy does and wait. It's sort of what your teammate is doing because he saw the enemy make plays, so he made a play. That's fine. As for you, you're fine. You're waiting. Look, I hate Radbow's fucking Scrat spawns. They're so annoying. I never consider them, and then they always slow down the enemy. And then, for example, when you got a Coax coming, and then I play something here, like to just push, and then the Coax gets stuck on the Scrats instead of face. Ugh, hate that. So what you should do now is Azali in the back, because you're at 10 mana, you got both bridges. Now is the time to place down a big unit and wait to see what the enemy does to shut them down. My zip plays will probably be bad. Okay. Let's see what you do. Don't leak! Good. Well played. That statue was not great either, but I guess he wants to save Stixie because Stixie is the best card in the game. Oh my god, it just killed everything, am I right? Stun? Ah, yeah. Gotta be careful there. I'll wait until Fergus is... What the fuck? Okay, I know you wanted to stun the Fergus, but at the same time you also saved the Stixie, so that's fine. You gotta balance your panic, but also your calm in approaching things. Like yesterday we lost the game because of a bad swap where we thought the unit was on the bridge and it wasn't. You gotta make sure that the unit is on the bridge. The best way to know if a unit is on the bridge is if they're contesting it. If the bridge is blue, then there's no way the enemy's on it. Then it becomes yellow, that's your cue to swap. Also, side note, Stixie is just a noob stomper. He's really not that great. Pros will know that he's there and that he's a threat. Okay, not pros, just good players. They will literally wait, and that's it. That's how you counter Stixie. You just wait. Same with Harbinger, Coax, Zip, big units, Jahun. You just wait, and that's a possibility. And instead of playing stuff into units, that's a big mistake, because playing stuff into units gives purpose to those units. For example, when people play Elfbringer, and then you got Infray and Neliel coming on your side, you don't send like Netherbats or Spirituals just to try to slow them down. You wait and wait and wait till they hit your face, and then you deal with them. Waiting is a very strong strategy in this game. Alright, Fergus. You saved the Stixie, cool. Then they swapped, for what reason? They probably thought, oh, those bastards, they swapped, I'm gonna swap too! But that accomplishes nothing, because they're not making use of the stun. Your Zip, there wasn't really any reason not to play it in the very back. Gives yourself more room. This distance between here and here may make a difference down the line. It does indeed make a difference, because if it had been just a bit behind, it would have still rolled a bit. It would have been here, about here when it targeted Fergus, and that would have been made Fergus close enough for you to squeeze your whirly behind Fergus and cap the bridge. But now you're stuck having to reload Zips just so Zips doesn't die. It's quite a mess just because you didn't play your Zip 3 meters to the left. Alright, if you're gonna reload instantly after the attack or instantly after the sun expires. Don't wait and feel like, should I or should I not? Anyway, it's dead. Look, the enemy just got an XP tick there. If you had placed your Zip here, you could have prevented that and got on your own XP tick with the whirly. And your Zip probably wouldn't have needed to reload. Those microscopic things make a ton of difference. Just tiny different plays make a lot of different values. Oh, interesting. That's cool, I didn't know. But it's very beta dwarfy to do something like that. Alright, let's see. Their Howling Moon was crap because that's never gonna go anywhere. I mean, killed Azali, sure, good job, but that dwarf is dead. Coax is dumb. Poor guy, he's just going to the front and gonna die. You should probably reload at this point because you don't want Zip to get surrounded and killed by something else while targeted on something else. Like, sure, it's just Coax and you know it's dead, but this 1 or 2 second difference might allow the enemy to place a whirly and kill everything. If they were good, they could shut you down, but if you prepare for that with another reload, then your Zip will be ready to like reload again for the whirly and kill it. Another bad stun. Why'd you give me this replay? The enemy sucks. Oh look, you didn't reload and your Zip died. Uh-oh. Should have reloaded. That fucking Stixie is still alive. It's a Dragon Pack, okay, not bad actually, because the Dragon Pack's actually getting more value than just killing a Harbinger. They kinda made you use Scratillery, but Scratillery would have been fine for the Golem alone. Will the Stixie live? No, it's dead! Sewer Scrat gets the kill and stint. Okay, the Scratillery was fine, but at this point, your your offensive that lasted 2 minutes and a half is now over. Okay, so now it's time for the enemy to have some board presence. What you should do is not panic. You should wait until the enemy maybe plays a bit more or the enemy's units advance a bit more. Then you deal with their units easily on your bridge your units will barely take damage and you'll cap the bridges for like 6 mana total. At this point, you could play Spear Throwers to Sylvia Vulture. That would be a smart play, but it's too late now because the Spear Throwers would have maybe killed the Stint, but not anymore because of the Elite Swarmer. So, what you both should do is chill out, look at the XP. You got 60 XP advantage on them. You can even allow the Bounty Sniper to get 1 or maybe even 2 hits if it means waiting to 10 mana and then re-establish control easily. So don't panic. See what I told you about teammates? And it's always fucking bottom lane, right? It's never top lane. People always play bottom lane. Why? Play top lane so that the enemy has a harder time seeing it. Bottom lane, bottom lane, bottom lane. Always a bottom lane pocket. I hate it. Your teammate should have waited to 10 mana with you. But no, gotta get Stixie out. It's such a good unit. Which is why in random 2v2, as a sort of carry, you should be excessively patient because you know your team is gonna do stupid plays like this to 0 mana all the time. So, continue waiting to 10 or 11 mana. Bruh, really? No, it's not mirrored. Bottom lane is bottom lane for both players. Top lane is top lane for both players. The only thing that's mirrored is the units' appearances, like their left or right hand, particularly visible on the Colossus, for example. And Arcane Ring will always spin clockwise for the person playing it, and counterclockwise when the enemy plays it. This means that Arcane Ring should always be used on the top lane, because the ring will rotate clockwise, which allows it to punch the pocket here, punch the units that are in the pocket here, rather than bottom lane, which get consumed by the face, which you don't want that happening. Alright girl, when you're defending like that, especially trying to cap both bridges, don't spend fucking 7 mana on a massive unit. It's not gonna make you re-establish board control easily. What you need to do is play the cheapest card to get the bridges. You had Spear Throwers, you had Stint, those were better options. The reason is you spend about 6 mana, which allows you to still have 4 or 5 mana in reserve for when the enemy panics and then dumps their own 7 mana to kill your 2 mana, and then you can easily kill that 7 mana later for your reserve, or even capture the bridge once again. So don't start with a huge unit. Start your re-establishing of the board control with cheap units. And eventually, when you want to play your big unit, it's usually at the bridge to shut down the enemy's big unit, or far at the pocket when you have 10 mana. That poor Azali is getting sniped. Ugh. And then you guys played a Stint and another Stint. This Stint is pointless. You just played that because you were annoyed by the sniper killing your Azali before she even crosses the bridge. Look at her, she's already almost half health. Because you didn't wait. And then you got annoyed and you felt like you needed to play Stint to kill this slightly faster. What you could have done is once the sniper hits face, then you play Stint, which is why I hate Radbo once again, because he doesn't allow snipers to advance. And then the Stint, same thing, wait till the Stint's on face and place a Stint on it, or Spirit Throws in the center would have killed both and then gotten on their merry way, and you would be at 9 mana right now instead of 2 with a half dead Azali. Yes! Right now you should be hovering your spell because they're 0 and the enemy's gonna play something, so you might get value from it. That stun was terrible once again. That statue was terrible once again. The spiritual is not great either because you aren't gonna get shields on them, and you're not splitting them, and they have no target, and you already own the bridges, and you don't have 10 mana. This stun is dumb. If you're stunning, you wanna kill the things that you're stunning with a Musketeer, Assassin, Scuddy, etc. that I listed earlier. If you're not ready to kill, then you're not ready to stun. Yes, I'm 100% sure. That Howling Moon was super dumb once again, but it clipped the statue that spawned afterwards, which was stupid on its own because they fucking murdered their own Harbinger for werewolves that aren't gonna do much, and Azali was already 1/3 dead, and they put her down to 1/2 dead. That barely dealt damage to her. That dealt like 150 damage to her. Bad Howling Moon once again. They really just way too reliant on their Howling Moon for like, oh, instantly kills everything and then gets both bridges. Not really how it works. That heal shrine was decent, but pretty stupid at the same time because all it did was fix a mistake that they've done and heal this Harbinger. They could have placed it much further up to heal the wolves too. The heal shrine's range is massive. They want to put it at the back so that it doesn't get killed, but it's still gonna die. At least let it achieve some healing. See your teammate just dumping everything. Oh, there's a Harbinger. I gotta use my Probator Scrats. Go, go, go. Gotta kill the enemy on their side because that's how it goes, I guess. Wow, this Swarmer play might be the first decent play of the game by the enemy team. You just hit perk 3. Oh, poor you. You have 0 seconds left to your birthday. Make sure you keep an eye on your birthday, and sometimes it's okay to just swap it at 1 second left. Maybe just to stun or to save some units. What do you play here? Previous skeletons, and then you play the swap. Swap! Swap! Thank you. And then they play their counter swap because they hate you, I guess. I would let that Zapinator die, by the way. It got frozen and stunned and all that. I don't know if you played it before or after the Golem, but that was a bit aggro. Since the enemy hadn't played that much mana in a while, all they did was Harbinger, Howling Moon, Healing Shrine, Swarmers. They probably had quite a bit of mana still left for this big guy, so you shouldn't try to enforce them too much. It's fine, totally fine to concede one bridge when you hold one bridge, especially when you're 60 XP ahead. Let the enemy overcome it and then you shut them down. That's how you keep control of the board. It's not by being ultra aggro and placing units on the bridge. Now here, you got a big dude on his way. You kinda need to think of a plan that kills it all. What you should do is wait till they're on very close to face. Then you place your Divine and your Whirly around here to both tank while your Master Tower is attacking. King Puff has a very strong attack, deals 30 DPS. I can't even hover over it for some reason. They're here. 30 DPS. Your Divine will absorb 2 hits from the Golem. Your Whirly will kill the garbage at the back and you'll get extra Night Puffs. Your teammate should wait and then play Harbinger at the top. Later, not now, because... let them come! Night King Puff has a DPS of 30. You don't need to fight here, you can fight here, a bit closer. And I hate these scrat spawns because they slow shit down. Plus if you wait longer, then you can stack more DPS units along with the Divine Warrior at once to really kill everything more easily while taking less damage over time. That vulture is good because it helps the Harbinger. Oh, something I noticed recently. Usually range units have a bit of a... Well, not range. All units remember their aggro target while they are within range and maybe a bit beyond attack range. And so that makes them a bit sticky to their target. You can see that a lot. Like, I don't know, you're trying to shove a warrior away, or I don't know, you're trying to shove a Tranquil Shihu away from your stint with a wall. So you're trying to shove it away and separate them, but the monkey will step a bit through the wall and then poke your stint. They remember their target for a little bit when they're just outside of attack range. But the vulture, since the vulture, as soon as it locks onto something with mark, as soon as it like barely switches to a target, it applies mark on it and then it switches to it. I think vulture's the, or is it all range unit and I don't play them enough to know? Maybe that's that. Oh, we had something crazy happen with Matt yesterday. We had a Zapinator on face. The enemy had a Vulture and Ardera on defense. Matt played Glenn's Brew on the Zapinator, which was about to die. And Ardera and Vulture were on it. Since they both attack quite fast, they deal low damage per hit. Both of their death prediction didn't consider the frozen damage reduction, so both of them switched away from the Zapinator because it was at, like, I don't know, let's say 5 health. Maybe no. Let's say it was at 15 health, and Ardera thought she would kill it in one hit, but instead it took half damage, and then she had time to switch because of the marked, and the Zapinator got an extra hit after that. Pretty funny. Alright, what's going on here? Divine Warrior's about to fucking die. She's gonna get punched before dying to the Harbinger. What you should do now, when there's a big fight and everyone's just throwing everything at it, very often the best thing to do is to give up, let them fight, let them reach your fate a little bit more. Meanwhile, as the ominous being you are, the arbiter, the all-seeing, you take care of the other lane while nobody's looking at it. But you're worthy up top and wait for the enemy to struggle, because it will also distract the enemy. They might end up putting like 6-7 mana just to kill your Whirly, which means they won't be able to support the big fight, which allows you to win the big fight. The big game tomorrow. So yeah, you should have played Whirly top. Ah, wow, your teammate played top. Amazing. That's a first. Wish there was a Blastmancer. Well, you could have played Whirly top a while ago, by the way. Impetus would be good. Why do you have 2 stints? Is that a bug? Yeah, okay. Impetus would be great. Impetus is so good at so many things. You should bring it because it's the best spell in the game. You can kill units, you can deny bridges, you can bring units, you can split up big units, you can bring the backline to the front line to get murdered. Alright, they're Coax. What the fuck was the point of that Coax? Look at that Coax! Oh, well, okay, never mind. An Impetus on the Coax would have made it hit phase. That Coax was dumb. They were like, we got a big push, I gotta add my Coax. They probably played it on the bridge too. What you should do is wait till all this garbage is dead. Maybe use your Whirly top, then Harbinger on face dies to stint. Always resolve problems with the cheaper card first. Whirly at the front will get hit by Coax, but Whirly is not too bad. Oh, never mind, it's not getting hit by Coax. It's still locked on Harbinger. What you played? You played your Tantrum Thrower? Z? No, that was him. You played Whirly and what? Anyway, you should have played Stint a long time ago to get top bridge. They have been holding top bridge for so damn long. Yeah. Harbinger's finally dead. Alright. Azali, that's a very bad Azali. She's gonna get punched, and you should have played it at the back so that she DPSs down the statue. Meanwhile, her minions would cap top and kill top. Look, she's taking so long to step on the bridge. That stun is bad because she's gonna die to the golem. That's why stun lancers would be helpful here to help Azali. That swap didn't get you many puffs either. You gotta make sure that you get a few more units on the bridge before you swap after perk 3. Your teammate's playing Stin here to kill that. That's fine. Red Bull overwhelms enemies and your Harbinger is still alive. You could have played this up top, if only to slow the golem, so it doesn't punch Azali 3 times, but 2. Word is fine, your swap was okay, it's not great. You probably swapped this away from the healing shrine, but that's whatever. Strategy is fine, you killed the dragon pack. Ah. The fucking statue! Put it at the back at 10 mana, dude, god. The teammate's really playing the 2 noob killers. Oh well, I guess the enemy's dead now. Spend it all! Boink. Nice. What do you mean come back from retirement? What retirement? I've been playing randoms and pre-mades and solos even though the queues are too long. You're welcome. If anyone else would like feedback on replay, I'm always open. I only ever did 2v2 tournaments. Any replayers in the chat? Oh, of course. Let's do a fault replay. Gotta find it, gotta fault it. This is a more recent one, I hope. Nice, sending me wins against good players, of course. People usually send me loss replay. This is the same as a stream arena, but it's fucking busted instead of being flourishing. Do you always know why you lose? That's why people seek to improve through showing me losses. I can point out mistakes they think are correct.
Let's go.
Alright. Wrecked 1v1. 1v1 is much scarier doing the first play because you're limited to your own cards and abilities. Crossbow dudes are kinda weak and die to all other 2-cost cards, but also their main use is specifically to step on the bridges and split for cheap. But alright, playing against good players is an entirely different thing than playing against anyone else, because you know good players will have the game sense to do the proper early game with decent cheap trades, ending up with the bridges. Everyone knows all of the trades, they know what wins to what and what loses to what. So when it's good player versus good player, people just wait or play Blood Imps. That's it. That's the only two options. Because you know that if you play first, you're gonna get countered. Or if your deck is a fun pep, then you can Kermit your 2 mana.
The journey of 1,000
Here,
miles.
TBH, I might go Crossbow Dudes because of how your deck is built. Seems like it's a lot of contest. And I don't know, Milloween with these, no, that probably means they have Flingers in hand, which will kill the dude, so yeah. Best to wait. Then it's a game of chicken to see who plays last. Seth is stunning you with Reg. Alright, here's the thing. I said it's you either wait or play instantly Blood Imps. But that's what everyone does. So if you want to take a good player by surprise, you do what they do not expect you to do, and what they expect you to do is wait till 10. So what you do is you play Crossbow Dudes at like 9, because I'll say how I approach it. Usually when I start 2v2s, I'm 1v1, I'm super tense at the start. Who's gonna play first? Do they play first at 4 mana, at 5 mana, 6 mana? And then, oh, I relax. Oh, okay, they're just waiting to 10. But then, if they play at 8 or 8.5 mana, I'm like, oh shit, gotta play fast. It throws people off if you play at like 8 or 9 rather than waiting till 10. Because that's how, like, just human attention works. Like, we're super focused at the start and then we relax a bit and then we refocus entirely at about 10 mana because of the stress that builds up towards not leaking. So I would have played those Crossbow Dudes at 8 mana instead of waiting till 10 like everyone expects you to do. Do these kill? No, they have 90 health and they deal 80 per side. No, they deal what? 60 per side? Blah. 60 plus a crossbow bolt isn't even enough to kill, damn. Anyway, you need to play because you know Crossbow Dudes are crap, so you have to play. You knew they'd play something and it was probably gonna be Flingers because of that mushroom, so there we go. And then they could Arcane Vortex here, or whatever it's called, Lelia's Vortex, to really waste your time. This allow you to split and keep the bridges for like 2 more XP ticks and deal some more damage. A Vortex here would be good. Never mind, the monkeys would still die. Vortex would still be good because it would deny bridges for a while. Or even Resonating Blast. If I was them, I would be hovering Resonating Blast. I always hover my spell in the center, and Daggerfall kills dudes, skeletons and marines, which are common splits for early game. Resonating Blast kills all that and Spirituals, so a Resonating Blast there would have been instantaneous. They see that, boom, kill them, because the Spirituals take a bit to pull their sword out. But they didn't have that, so they are at 10 mana and they're just idling now. And so should you, you're just waiting. And now you see that. You see the enemy play something, so you have to play something. Grenadier pretty much shuts them down. Not anymore, because it takes 5 hits instead of 4 hits now to kill, or even 3 hits because of the chip damage from other people, which sucks. Like, oh my god, it takes 5 instead of 3. That's nuts. But a Grenadier here would be great, because you're basically killing them. Then once, if your Grenadier doesn't work, or if he plays more, then you can play a bit more to save your Grenadier, or be happy that they committed more. Grenadier, come on, you gotta play. No. You gotta deal. This Grenadier here would have, if you had, my brain. The game is, you counter what the enemy does. So you should always play in a way that you're expecting some sort of plays. Stun Lancers are weak to Grenadier in this situation because they take so long. Grenadier would have hit once or maybe twice by this time if you have played him instantly. You should hover your Grenadier on either line, because it's your cheapest card, so it's fine if you mess up and play it maybe a bit too fast, but it's also great if you play it just in time, instantly, to shut these down. Although the Grenadier would not have walked on the bridge or contested it. If you had had your Grenadier bottom lane, he would have had to somewhat maybe panic a little bit, because you are creating a pressure here, and if left unchecked, you could have split your skeleton along with Jolo to tank for this, and you would have ended up with killing their Lancers, killing their Grenadier, killing their Elite Swarmer. You gotta use your mana. I don't think you would overspend trying to support it, because your Skeleton Horde would be there. Although they could have Daggerfalled it all and you would have lost it all. But I don't think it's that bad, because then you would have some Skeletons and Jolo up top. And he wouldn't have both control of a bridge and super pressure in the other bridge. Now that Jolo's gonna die. Too many units there. Oh god, the poison too. Did you play Vulture at 9? Can the monkey jump here? Can this die? Does this die to Skeleton? Can you split Skeleton top bottom? This is annoying, this situation you got yourself into. Also, you could have... the Stun Lancers wouldn't even kill a thing here. The Skeleton Horde is vulnerable to Daggerfall. And now your Grenadier is gonna die. Unless you, unfortunately, do not split your Skeleton Horde. That's a big concession you had to do there, only to save your Grenadier. Not a concession, but like you were forced into a misplay. Because you were too patient also on the Skeleton Horde. You could have played it a bit sooner and it would have split. What did they stun that with? Oh, the Lancer. Ah, they do have Daggerfall because they play in Slither and Daggerfall is extremely good. Yeah. At this point, you want to get on the field. You got mana, use it. Play your Stun Lancers up top so that the monkey has to walk further than if you play them closer to him, and he might get stunned before getting a single hit in. Then you get your Shadow Walk. Since they have a unit here, I'd send Wrecked bottom, of course, kill that. If they hadn't put a unit there, I would probably send Wrecked up, so that he's forced to play something to an illusion that dies instantly anyway and gets through. Please! You gotta get out there, Fold. They just used Daggerfall to play your Stun Lancers here, and you're Wrecked up top. Right now, he's pretty much back to an acceptable amount of mana to beat you. and you don't really have the mana to try to grow aggro with monkeys. So once again, what you should be doing is thinking of getting value from your spells and maybe intercept something with the Shihu. Otherwise, not much to do. This isn't enough. This is a bait. This is too tanky, and it doesn't deal much DPS. Don't bait yourself into trying to kill that. It's not a ranged DPS that dies, and that's threatening. It's not like a Drone Walker, or a Stint, or Grenadier, or an Arcanist, or Elf, or Marine, or Dudes, or Vulture, or Drone Buzzers, or Razor, or Succubus. You get the idea. This is more an Elite Swarmer than a Stint here. Alright, so don't use Shadow Dance or spell for that. That's all I have to say. Good, the Druid, that's the target. And then he intercepted it. Very smart. But you got the stun in to help your Shadow Dance. And that killed the Musketeer, which is great. This is gonna take a while to get on the bridge. Maybe you could have been hovering Shihu to instantly put it, but I don't like Shihu because his reach is so far that he gets stuck on your side of the bridge and doesn't contest it. Although I'm not sure if... yeah, there we go. You should squeeze your crossbow dudes right now! Squeeze them! You've got no other way to easily get a bridge in the near future, because he's gonna support top and you don't want him to have the whole bridge bottom. Squeeze them! Ugh. That's fine too. That's fine too, but squeeze would have been better. Because now he has an even more reason to play, because he held the bridge for longer. That Elite Swarmer gained more value by you not squeezing it. If you had squeezed, then they should have used these earlier, which would have compacted his front line with his back line, giving him a shorter amount of time controlling the bridge. Which you... oh fuck, I moved the camera, I'm gonna restart. Which you could then have gotten back with your Spirituals. Or your Lancers, which are a Swarm type card.
Thanks for tuning into the
Or
season.
Jello.
We've got a corker of a fight for you today, here on Minion Masters.
Also, to squeeze better, a good way to squeeze is not to aim the center of your units with their center of hitbox. You should aim one unit with the center of their hitbox. Align it with the center of their carapace here. Not below the health bar, like kinda here. Align one of the two dudes with the hitbox so that he gets shoved back. How do you reset the camera? Okay. Oh god, the squeeze, please. That's how you defend. You got your backline here, fighting. Then you place your units in the center to clear everything, and then you can once again build upon your... sorry, that was the front line. You build your front line here, then you chip unit at the bridge, then you build once again upon your front line. Oh, well, at least these stay on the bridge for a while. It's not like that was a Jello he played, so his monkeys stay there for a while. Spiritual Wars? Not sure here. They're very counterable by, I think, whatever he might want to play. They will kill one monkey, but two Spiritual Wars die to an Elite Swarmer. Top might get help from, I don't know, you haven't seen all his cards. It could be a Whirly, it could be a Rock Rivals to punch your monkey. I would have played perhaps Jolo up and then something else. I don't know. Spirituals are fine. Also, they're slow. They're slow and beefy. And you know my disclaimer fault. I point out everything that I have any sort of doubt about, that I think might be done better. Everything I say is not necessarily true, and everything I point out is not a horrible mistake. Alright, here, what do you do? What do you do? What do you have to support this? You don't really have much. All you have is things that can fight the bridge, or maybe this, but not. Situations where you use Windwalkers often when you the enemy is starting to recover from a push, I think. Not sure. The best aid you have right now is, well, I guess you're hovering, thinking if they play something to squeeze behind this guy, then you play Jello. If they play Stun Lancers, you can play Grenadier. If they play air, you can play this. So you're thinking what can trigger your brain into using something, and then as soon as you get the stimuli from the stimulus from your brain, that from your eyes that say this is happening, and then your brain already knows how to handle that happening. I would play Grenadier bottom lane here, not against their ranged beefy unit, because you will need melee DPS at some point to help, and well, you know they have Spirit Daggerfall. This is what I hate most, and I always get stuck in this trap also when I build my decks. But I think I finally got some sort of deck with my Diona where this doesn't happen. When you are stuck holding both bridges and you have 10 mana and you got nothing to play, that's the worst. That Grenadier and Vulture won't do much. They're on an empty board with nothing to counter yet. They will just die, and it sucks having to play like that. I would probably have placed my Vulture in the corner here so that it's pretty much further back, because the distance from the front of Master Tower and the distance from the back of the pocket for air units is pretty what's the opposite of negligible? It's remarkable. Nah. Anyway, if you place it here, it will also lock on sooner, so it will be at the back more, so it's harder for him to kill with his air unit. Ugh, it's getting hot in here. I'm gonna take a 1 sec. A substantial this difference in distance or time. Ugh. You need something in front of Grenadier. This is weak to Daggerfall. This isn't. You could play this, but it's still gonna die. But your Grenadier's gonna live. Play your Windwalker! Perfect. This is great. This monkey is just great. Wow, look at that. I can press R. Rawr. You know that these used to be like marble or white colored with drapes in Forest Showdown. You cycled your Stun Lancers first before your Shihu. I think that's good because Stun Lancers are a bit more useful than Shihu. However, let's take a big step back here. It's not about the punctual play, it's about Rekt as a whole. And I'm not really speaking for experience because I fail at doing that too, but I've fought a few very oppressive Rekts, and that's something I noticed from their plays. You gain so much as Rekt from pacing out your shadow dances. Rekt is there for the absolute constant, unending presence of 4 cost cards and lower, along with the shadow dances, always on the field. I don't know how really to build that. I don't know how to play it that well to create that sort of pressure, but that is the most oppressive way to play him. And I'd wish to master this someday. But you got your 4 cost cards always cycling in between your shadow dances, so that the enemy cannot ever fucking get rid of Rekt, and he's always contesting both bridges, always threatening air units, and weak units, vulnerable units. Always threatening that swap to deny swarms. So make sure you're pacing these 3 Shadow Dances out with different cards. You don't really want to dump 8 mana at once before you start entering on the field. You want to weave the 2 in. Anyway, gotta get on the field because you got Lancers. Get on the field! Oh my god, look at that Grenadier! And the Monkey, they're doing great there. Okay, the fact that you played it center actually saved you so much. And me playing it in the corner would have been stupid. I always underestimate the... you should have hopped on the field like way sooner than this. Like, as soon as you saw that you had Stun Lancers and Shadow Dance, you should have instantly hopped on the field, not wait. This Vulture in the center, I always underestimate how much dual lane pressure air units perform when they're in the center. I almost never play them in the center, but I should. I'm on the field! Oh my god, play freaking Shadow Dances! You could have one bottom lane with 1 mana and not a Jolo that got all his avoidance stripped away. You could have Shadow Danced at the bottom lane as soon as you sent your Stun Lancers. Or you could have even Shadow Danced up and then place another Shadow on this guy, or let it DPS down, or I don't know. You were far too conservative with that Shadow Dance. You're 7 mana late to the Shadow Dance. Not even, you're 9 mana late because you played Joe. Gotta get on the field. And then C plays be brought to you. Don't try... Oh, whoa, that's a big burst there. That's a great use of 4.5 mana. That was a waste. Shouldn't have used your spell there just for that. You should have been on the field 30 seconds ago. You would have your wrecked up top killing these, then you would have your Stun Lancers along, both Stun Lancers alive, along with the wrecked clone. You would have your Shihu ready for this, you would have your Jolo ready for that. It's crazy how just being too patient at one point creates a lot of problems. You wanted to cycle what? Shadow Dance is your cycle, is the reason for cycling. That's like a Pep playing all of his expensive cards because he wants all his cheap cards in hand at once. Alright. Whoa, 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 that was too fast. Wrecked would probably have won versus Barry. Would almost have won versus this Elite Swarmer. This Shadow Dance was far too fast this time. You should milk the health of Wrecked as much as you can. Wrecked has 150 health. Elite Swarmer deals 25 damage per hit. You can take 6 hits. So wait until he hits you, hits you, hits you, hits you. Always, you should always almost always Shadow Dance once Wreck's health bar is very low. This throws the enemy off and it gives you the maximum amount of value from his DPS. So you should have stayed there and wait. DPS down the elite. Then once Wrecked is at 50 health or so, you can teleport up top to kill the Elite Swarmer with your 2 illusions here, and then tank this to allow you to DPS it down with something else. Look, Wrecked is still tanking the same dude as earlier. See what I said earlier? You gotta weave in forecast cards along with your Shadow Dances to have the pressure on all the time. Luckily, bottom wins. That would have been awkward if they didn't. Here... Grenadier. Put a Grenadier here. Grenadier is good against Lancers. And Lancers are shit against Spirituals, so yeah, Grenadier here would have killed this one first and this lower their DPS fat. Oh, that's good also. Oh my god, you stepped on the bridge. Well, that's not... That's not... it's not amazing, it's fine. You win the exchange, but it's even for even. Oh, that's a great one monkey there. Especially if you get the stun in, perfect. Let this through, don't... You're wrecked, you can take face damage. Your purpose in life is to get on the field and apply pressure. You don't care about your face, you're not playing defensively, you're wrecked. You don't even want perk 3. Let this hit your face. He doesn't have rage or mana surge. He has growth and poison. You don't want Jolo tanking that, he's got poison. Let this hit your face. I don't know, put Grenadier here and then get on the field. No! He's got poison! No, Jolo! Now you're taking more damage than if you hadn't even played Jolo. This was a good Rezo Blast, because it clipped the Musketeer. Now you're forced to play more on defense. No, wait! Oh my god, slow down, let yourself tank more with Wrecked. Luckily Bonham wins, because that would have been very awkward if it didn't. This. Meanwhile, while you play, you should probably hover your cards. I don't know if I do it, but I pre-select my cards. And I'm pretty, like, you know they're gonna steal bottom because bottom lane is empty, so you know they're gonna play something. So as soon as you see, monkeys, you should play, oh, instantly your monkey also, because it beats that. Instead of waiting till they are through and playing some Spirituals. No? Crossbow dudes to cycle. Monkey to kill. Crossbow dudes to cycle. Spirituals to kill top. Skeletons in the center to bait the Daggerfall. No. That's not gonna split. Or maybe it will. Okay, my bad. There's Daggerfall. Okay. Here's the thing. When you have Skeleton Horde and the enemy has Daggerfall, as soon as they play Daggerfall, your brain must instantly think, ha! I'm playing Skeleton Horde. Where's my last track? Fault, you almost ruined his stairs with the bruh. Wow, he is living there. Alright, Top's not gonna win, play something. Play your Skeleton Horde, they just use Daggerfall. Okay, maybe split them because that's what their purpose is, but okay. This exact same thing could have been achieved with Lancers. You should have exploited their weakness of no Daggerfall with your Skeleton Horde rather than use them just for fun. That's a good Jolo, good job. Nice Windwalker. Get on the field! You gotta weave in your Shadow Dances! Play your Shadow Dance before playing the Windwalker. As soon as you see a Shadow Dance in your hand, you're like, oh, I gotta use that! It's like when you see a zero cost card as Apep, you should be like, oh, I gotta use that! Oh, stop playing things and hop on the field. Nice blast, bro. Thank you! I see you want to line up all three of your things to be one big push, but that's not the way of the oppressive Wrecked. Alright, well you gotta target, you gotta catch him by surprise. Shadow Dance. What you do is you click Shadow Dance, W, click, then you press E, instantly click here. It will queue up and properly. Do it! No, you should have Shadow Dance in the center because there is a clear line of sight to the turtle here. Musketeer alone is annoying, you can't really deal with that. That's fine, but they will probably die. Doesn't this die to Musketeer? Or almost. Oh my god, Daggerfall! Instant! Skeleton Horde, go! Skeleton Horde! Get on the field! Or not. Yeah, that Shadow Blast was unfortunate. Good job noticing the Skeleton Horde weakness, by the way. Get on the field, it's 1 mana! Wah, 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 wah. Good blast. Poor Jolo getting poisoned. Set should have been going for face there. I feel like. Because that's gonna die anyway. That's gonna die, I think. Decent catch to grab top. Good blast, but top didn't die, unfortunately. You can't... He's probably at 0 mana now. Or 2 mana. You can't really sit back on every single exchange up to 10 mana and then defend. You gotta get on the field sometimes to shut them down and save your assets. The most important part is not let your units die. Not letting your units die means you gain way more value from them. Spiritual Warriors here on this would be a great start to not letting this die. Put them all in the bottom lane. He only has Daggerfall, he can't kill them. They will deal like 170 damage to this. He'll be forced to answer, then you place your stun lancers. Don't sit back and watch your vulture die. He can totally be saved. Don't let your units die on your side of the board. No! It probably would have died. Lancers, middle. No, they'll take too much damage. You mustn't wait too much. Jolo's good because he didn't have Lancers anymore in hand. Okay, you see that circle? Instantly play something that kills it. Monkey will kill it. Then you get on the field. Good job. That's not worth it. 4.5 mana to kill a Druid is not worth it. Druid doesn't catch a bridge, Druid is slow. He will play more. You will get more value later. Don't hurry up with a spell too much. Do you want to save bottom or do you not want to save bottom? If you want to go now, you gotta Shadow Dance. You gotta Windwalker first. You want to weave in your Shadow Dances. Then hop in there. Or, well, if you had your Rezo Blast, it would be amazing right now. Because then you'd pressure with your Windwalker in, Shadow Dance, then he is forced to play Stun Lancers or something else. And you Resonating Blast everything. Not going for it? Okay. That's fine too. Oh, gonna die. Okay, nice Shadow Blast. I see you were going for that. You got value from it. Alright, his turtle, he just expended all his mana. Look at that, Musketeer and Fang. That's 10 mana that you just shut down. Get over there, you got 9 mana. Get in, get in, get in. Play your Lancers. Play your Windwalker. Play your whatever. Good. Play your... Alright, Daggerfall. And then you play... Oh, no Daggerfall? I would have Daggerfall up. Yeah, there it is, a bit slow though. Alright, that's dead. Another thing, when you are idling while holding both bridges at 10 mana, I highly recommend cycling big, slow ground melee units in the back. Way before I would cycle air units. Air units are a pressure to help ground units. Right now, a support has nothing to support. You should play... I'd start with... I'd start with the least impactful unit you have had this time, which seems to be Spiritual Warriors here. I would start with Spiritual Warriors in the center, because they're not really vulnerable and they will still do their thing. They don't really need a target and they're just there in both lanes. Then I would go down to Tranquil Shihu at the back. Then maybe Jolo. I wouldn't play Skeleton Horde. Oh, he used Daggerfall, so yeah, I'd start with... Never mind, I'd start with Skeleton Horde because he just used Daggerfall. Then I'd go Spiritual Warriors, Shihu, Jolo, Wrecked, and eventually, finally, I'd play Vulture. These vultures gonna die. Nice save. Oh, you got mana. Frenzy. Play. Play. Your monkey would have stepped on the bridge if you played it. But you waited too long. Now you're not gonna step on the bridge. Step on the bridge. Step on the bridge. Step on the bridge. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters in Mana Frenzy. You step on the bridge to disallow the enemy from getting mana. Contest the bridges. Don't try to split push and no, get on bridge. Split your lancers on the bridge. They're more vulnerable than crossbow tools. And they shove each other onto the bridge. Perfect. Bridge, 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 bridge. Good. Yeah. Yeah. Now, oh, dagger falling to skeleton horde. That's what we like to see. Monkey goes in. They're pretty damn dead. Asheus. Nice monkey, very quick. You know you're gonna get a burst of mana, so go ahead and play. And win! Woo! Good game. Of course. Be right back. Yo. Heat. Optimistic. Bruh, why are you sending me a replay against that dude? Ugh. Sorry, game Mortal, but give me another replay. I am not showcasing anything relating to that person. Blob null. The Crow. Is it a 2v2? Yeah. I'm losing steam. Is this a random 2v2?
Let's duel!
I love the button with two little smiley faces to swap sides.
I'm ready.
Mortal.
Duel!
Oh, this is you, right? I recognize the deck. Alright. Same theory applies to every random 2v2. Always assume that your teammate will play anything he can as soon as he can, and your role is not to play and make the correct play because you know it's the best play possible. Rather, it is to correct all of their mistakes. I know you're itching to send your Scrat Pack top and bottom, but there are multiple reasons why you shouldn't do that. It dies to all 2-cost cards. Your teammate has also a split cost card for 2 mana, arguably worse than yours, but he will play it. So even though you want to play Scrat Pack, the enemy can play Swarmer and kill one side and win the other, contest one side, win the other, because a Swarmer now dies to 2 Scrats. Or the enemy can have Skeleton Horde, the enemy can have Marines, the enemy can have Crossbow Dudes, the enemy can have Bridge Buddies. Scrat Pack is not a good starting card if you don't have other cards, a lot of other cards, to fuel the slow escalation in mana. Currently you do not really have the correct cards to do that. You don't have Elite Swarmer, Stint, Whirly, Skeleton Horde, Stun Lancers, Musketeer, those type of cards that can shut down a side. You don't have Spirituals. All you have is the same thing that dies to the same thing. So don't play your Scrat Pack. Wait for your teammate to play, because you know he's gonna play.
I am so ready. Wait, no, now I'm ready.
See? There we go. Even though this dies to literally all other early game cards. I'm looking at the next card. Marines are kinda bad at contesting whatever kills half of a Scrat Pack. Marines die to Stint, Elite Swarmer, have a Skeleton Horde. Well, it's good you were stunned, because you should be stunned by your teammate's stupidity above all. And now the enemy fucked up. Now it's your chance. There we go. Scrat Pack here. You would have denied this XP tick if you had played your Scrat Pack early. That's 1 XP right there. Look at this. Look at it. Oh, I can't even zoom on it. This XP tick. Look at it. XP. How terrible. The enemy got 1 XP. You could have avoided that. I didn't call you terrible. I mean, what a terrible news. Does Marine kill a Lone Scout? Probably. Alright, what does your teammate have? Nothing. Of course they have a Guardian. For a fucking Lone Scout? Why do people play that? It's so stupid. Playing Guardian right there. That's gonna get murdered. The enemy has 20 mana to murder that and get the bridge. Stupid elf players. Well, there are elf players that are stupid. It's really easy to play them. Your teammate is leaking. Damn, that Bannerman would have been so nice for the smite. Magma Cannon is too much. You hold both the bridges. You don't need to kill that there and then. And the Bannerman on your teammate side was stupid, and he leaked 1 mana also. Although Cannon is nice, it doesn't exactly cap bridges. Although here it did, because Leliel got stuck on it. She didn't step on the bridge, and the Bannerman is on her way to kick her. Oh, your teammate's also elf, but even worse elf, because he's using Bannerman and not even using what makes elves strong, which are Leliel and Frey, which are both broken. Alright, what's that? A sentry that's gonna die. Why did they place it there? They should have placed it bomb. More? Or is that the same? It's the same. Haha, it locked onto that. Alright. You had nothing to do, right? So you were just sitting back and at 10 mana and then you felt like you need to play something. If that happens, slow down, don't commit. Anything over 5 mana is a big commitment that can be shut down and should have a purpose. This Fergus is far too up ahead down the lane to be really useful. If you want to play Fergus and build upon it, place it at the back in your pocket. You already held the bridge and there's nothing for Fergus to kill. Big units, you want them to kill units on your side of the board before they eventually reach the other side. This Fergus is far too aggressive, which is punishable. As the enemy, I'd be happy to see that Fergus because I know he just wasted his attack on this buff, so I can place like Swarmers, and the Swarmers will actually threaten Fergus for a while. This Fire Imp is the exact same as Fergus. He's got nothing to kill. Units that you place that do not kill anything on your side or even before touching the bridge or as they touch the bridge, those are purely aggressive units that don't really help on control, they only help on pressure. And it doesn't work against people that don't panic and fuck up. Because this Fire Imp could die to something that costs 2 mana, which also gets the bridge, or 3 or 4 mana that also gets the presence afterwards. Man, you guys really love bottom. And then he plays his fucking... this could die to Daggerfall. He's placing it not too much at the back, not too at the front, just in the center. Pick a side, either at the back or the front. You don't place units in the center just because. And place a top lane, there's an actual threat top lane. Ugh. Wow, 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 wow. They really outdone themselves there with their defense. Good scrats. Alright. Look, poor Fergus, he didn't accomplish much. He only bought some time. The enemy fucked up their defense, which is why Jolo died. The imp though is kinda getting value, but they should have not let it get value. That's a nice support spell that you were hovering and preparing for your offensive, that's fine. Or was it theirs? No, that was your teammates, right? Yeah. Meanwhile, you guys have very poor hands to handle supporting a push. Supporting a push means having cheap spells and cheap units to shut down whatever the enemy is trying to do. Or not cheap, but just spells or cheap units or decent units. Like you want a stint in hand or a scrap pack in hand to shut down the enemy's attempt here. Because when the enemy defends like this, they both have to kill all that, but the ultimate goal is to get a bridge, it's not to win through face damage. So, right now, if neither of you gets bottom bridge again, then all of your units at the front, they're pointless. The goal of units and big units or any pressure is not to deal face damage. The goal is to secure an area for you so that behind them you can safely hold the bridge and the enemy cannot safely recap the bridge. You're right, I'm only describing things as a top player's point of view. Everyone wins through face damage at lower levels, you're right, it's not about control or great plays, it's about pressure and killing. This word is good because it does what I talked about here, shuts down the Swarmers. Here we get skeletons up top. No? Oh, you really should have played skeletons on that. You don't really need to heal. You're barely scratched. You can... Oh, never mind, I'm done. Okay, you're killing the Arcanist. I didn't see you had perk 2. That's good. Your teammate should play Arcane Golem on that. 2 for 2 and you win. I don't think more than that. Your teammate should play Shock Rock once this hatches. Your teammate should not have played into this. Whenever the enemy plays a death ball kind of thing with guardians and elves or a big unit, you don't want to give value to their death. I'm talking you, the teammate, or in general. You don't want to give the enemy teammate. Sorry. You don't want to give the enemy value by playing into it. You want to laugh at them because you know they're gonna waste it because you're gonna play elsewhere and they won't get the value they want. Playing into a death ball grants value to the death ball. If the death ball has nothing to target, what value does it get? A slow presence, but extremely costly. So your teammate should have played top about here so that the turtle locks on, but you face tank this. Then finally you let them come, you let the Arcanist reach your face. Perfect, you can finally kill it. Right now it's impossible to kill the Arcanist. This turtle is dumb. That spell was decent, but he could have used Chakra, but I don't know. Alright, well now that that's all dead, now you can be patient. Oh. Too bad for that Scrat Horde. He tried so hard. That's Bridge Buddies was fine. That was a good use of Bridge Buddies. A rare good use of Bridge Buddies. Alright. You should not have... You shouldn't trust your teammate too much. You should assume that they make a lot of mistakes, so don't try to build up on them. Like, if your teammate had done a good play, then the tank here would have survived for a bit, and your Scrat would have easily killed the Arcanist here. But your teammate made a mistake, and you got baited into helping a mistake. That's why you gotta stand back and let everything hit your face. Now the Arcanist is locked on. Now you can play like something that kills him for like a Whirly or Tranquil Shihu here. And then you play a bit of DPS here. Or Magma Cannon. Like, now your teammate doesn't have anything to do. Now the enemy is just facing more and more dumb things. Then your teammate plays, oh yeah, Bannerman to save a single puff. Great job, guy. And you played fine here. The enemy wastes Smite here, that's way too much mana. And then your teammate saves the puff with a Guardian. Hope that was worth it. The Razors to wipe everything out. I don't know why they stunned that did nothing and just slow them down a bit. They could have waited. Nice chain lightning. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I don't know why the turtle turned around. I guess it was on the Jolo. And now you look to your teammate's hand and you think, oh, he absolutely totally wants to play Sentinel Telek. The Mountain Shipper, you could have not hit the Elite Swarmer with it. Elite Swarmer is not a threat. The Elves are. I know you couldn't expect the Guardian, but you could still focus it entirely on the Elves. Rip. Why do they have two unactivated Smite? What the fuck? That missile was kind of a waste. Killing something that was already dead. Heal Shrine here might be decent. Okay, then fuck that Whirly. Instead he plays Bannerman on a single puff again. Why'd he play his puff bottom instead of top? Well, you guys are fucking 60 XP ahead. Once again, when the enemy has assets on the field, especially ranged unit that dies to Fergus, doesn't die to Fergus, I mean, these will DPS down Fergus. You should build your push in the other lane than where the enemy is, although they seem to be massing up elves anyway. Make sure you get some support for Fergus, like a vulture here would help so much. The heal shrine could have been further up, but okay. Heal shrine working there, that's great. Oh, well, they spent 10 mana to kill that Fergus. Okay, Defensive Chopper, not at all the correct choice here. It deals like 16 DPS. Defensive Chopper as a whole is a pretty bad card. It helps when both teams are equal. You know, a team has like Musketeer, Sunlancer, Jolo, Battle Monkey, that kind of thing, Fergus, and you are actually playing it when you know the enemy's trying to attack. Defensive Chopper isn't really used. There aren't that many uses for Defensive Chopper that you couldn't do by different things that are better, like Wall, Blastmancer, Patience. Sorry, I'll read chat. I've been talking to myself for a while. Well, this Defenso is very sad then. You should have drained here. It would have killed her, because Defenso gets 2 hits in. Plus 100. Skeletons don't really win. I don't know why the hell they played for Swarmers there. Wow, really, dude? He should have started his Chain Lightning from the bottom, although it might have redirected there, but he didn't know that. Okay, never mind, that was descent direct. Alright, dragon. Big units as a whole, with your Fergus and your imps and your dragon. Play them at the back, not at the front. You want them to have their presence for as long as possible on your side, because their presence is threatening to the lane as a whole, and it allows you to gain more mana to support it. Supporting it is a big purpose. The dragon's not there to be smork and kill everything. The dragon's there to be a big tank that's annoying to deal with for your other units to help. So play the dragon at the back, in the pocket, not at the bridge. Nice bolts, bro. And then your teammate doesn't save up with his shock rock, okay. And he fucking misses. You should drain. That magma cannon wasn't good because it gets wrecked by Lillian and it slows her down. You want her on your side, not on their side, especially with marksmanship. And that'll die to Liliel also. Be careful with elves, you gotta let them reach you. Wow, Liliel didn't die. Didn't kill him all. Interesting. Now they fucked up their defense. They played exactly inside of the dragon's bread. Good job. Oh, the boomer fucking blows up. Woo! GG. Well, they really led themselves. Let their Lily out there die there. I missed 20 cards for everything. Question mark, whoop. Lightning Strike is good, mostly for the stun. How many mistakes you made? I could annotate plays like they do in chess. Blunder, mistake, theory, good play, brilliant play. Pingu Bimgu. What day are we? Oh my god, we're Saturday. Sunday, RCT tomorrow, hell yeah. At noon, I gotta be up at noon? Oh my god. There's nothing for me to do. I can't play solos, I can't play duos, I can't play duos either. I hate random 2v2. Kiki showed me this as Portex's deck. Finally a way to get enough tech for aimbot. Oh my god, danger high. No spell? Come on. Bruh. I'm not gonna play an Outlander deck without impetus. I'll edit it a bit. I love you, a skeleton. And I'll go King Puff instead of Ratbo. Thanks, Tibbs. Why don't you come play with me instead? If we lose one game, you're out. I played a lot of Mordar because Chantico. No, a lot with Mordar because Chantico liked your messages in Discord and he started playing Mordar a lot. You're not allowed to doubt anything I do unless your puff is customized. Fault, where's your custom puff?
Masters, get ready.
Volko,
Now fight each other. Do it. Duel.
Oh yeah! The Spiritmancer! Play your bridge buddies! Or not? No? No bridge buddies? Your brain has to think about it? Okay, cool. What the fuck do you want me to do with that? Oh, now the bridge buddies. God damn. No? Oh, well, yeah, I'll get that. Okay, okay. I even cut that. Where's your bird, the bridges? Oh my god, he's using that for a fucking defense, so. Ugh. Oh my fucking god. Defense over the monkey, maybe? No? Okay. Fucking Spirit Mancer first play. Can't believe it. There, fuck you guys. Oh, thank you for lining that up for us. Oh, yeah, yeah. Let's go all in. Oh, fucking Divine, of course, because that's the only defense there anyone knows. Why didn't he played the fucking burn for a few spearmen instead of all that other bullshit at the bottom? God damn. Oh, the Spirit Mancer. Yeah, please give some spirit to my gnats. Wow, that Spirit Mancer did so much. Oh, that was dead. Or was it? Yeah, it was. Fuck you, Defenso. They still haven't fixed the visuals for that. God damn. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, I'll get your rage so that you get your stupid monkeys up. Holy shit. Your scrats up. Tools up. You gonna burn a bridge one day or nah? Oh my god, fuck off with your spending. I like how that one scrat lives. Oh, time for a Spirit Mancer, right guys? No Spirit Mancer here today. Oh, a nice burn for once. I'll give him that. Okay, we got this now, I guess. With rage. Ah, that's why we got a Spirit Mancer. It's for the red golem. Of course. Gotta kill that Forecast card with fucking 5. Go red golem, the enemy cannot handle the power of a single red golem. Come on teammate, you have learned absolutely nothing in this game so far, but you know that the red golem punches face, which... Ugh. What the fuck? My teammate never fucking deserved that. But also, at the same time, the enemy also completely fucked up, so they deserve to lose.
Good choice.
Oh man, using zip on the defenso. People who panic because there's a defenso on their face.
So much power and style.
Ugh. Spirit Mancer. Spirit Mancer. Ugh. Volko, do I give him hopeless? No, trying. The enemy were decent actually, and it's a win. 1 sec, Tibbs. I wish we could see the decks from replays. The red golem. I was Stormbringer weird. Chantico had Azalian Rock Rivals. I was Stormbringer.
My aim is shockingly good.
Oh, before we start playing, let me relaunch my stream. Let's just watch.
The wicked.
Mancer, Wordy, Dagger, Impetus. He had this. Magma, interesting. Yeah, we did make use of Magma a lot. I'm relaunching my stream. Nearing 5 hours.